Just kidding.
Sorry. Okay, let's take a
Yeah,
peek.
that was me. I was trying to stop the screen share and I stopped the recording.
um, I hate the one in Teams, and when you're in Teams meetings, that the leave meeting is right next to the share button. I've clicked that leave meeting at least 2 or 3 times. Drives me crazy. So Kyle, you're gonna restart yours. Spencer, how about you?
Sure.
Let's take a peek there. You're getting something weird. Started for the generate PDF, but it doesn't seem to finish. Okay.
Yeah, myself and train 4, which I guess that's you, Spencer.
No, I'm train 10.
Okay, whoever's train A4 is also redeploying. So I undeployed and then ran it back through. It's showing project release 3, but app version 1 there as well. So hopefully once it finishes deploying,
Okay.
app version will increase.
Uh, Read this last night too. So both of these are just
Yeah. Just
nothing
started and
loaded.
didn't complete. Interesting.
I feel like the thing that I had a weird issue with that I seemed to get over last night was um mapping the var attachment. But the only thing that I couldn't find was whether or not I had to set anything for this content path, or was this correct? Does this look correct as far as the process variable configuration goes?
Yeah, all we did was do the name and the content variable type. Did you choose that from the primitives? I think it looks like you did. Hit that
Yeah.
variable type drop down. Primitives, yeah, content right there. Okay. Yeah, that's right then. Yeah, that's all we set there. So that looks right.
Take a look at this.
Generate, Monica, let me put that in the chat for you.
Yeah, I feel like this it barked at me with this, but it looks like it's fine.
Hey,
Just with
Spence, can you go into the actual generate PDF from form data, um, and then scroll down on the properties on the right? All right, so you have the target folder path in there. So
yeah. I was just weirded out by the fact that if I update this, it gives me an invalid variable type.
yeah, if you cancel that, and if you actually you use the
Yeah.
drop down right next to the pencil, so where it says var attachment,
Yeah.
sometimes you do have to select those the variables and values from this section. So
Yeah, that's essentially how I got around it. I just
Mm.
didn't know if that was actually valid or not.
Yeah, go back to that again and open up that output mapping in that variable mapping
This one.
window. Yep, right there. Let's cancel it from here. So that little X next to your search bar, just to the left, click that. Yep. Now let's update. Let's save your process first. And now let's, yeah, re-engage it here. Yep. Link it back and now save. And let's release one more time. Let's see if that does it.
Okay.
Let's see what happened there. All right, somebody's just came through. That was you, Thomas. I got your Slack message. Let's see if you get your
Figuring all this is doing.
PDF to go through. What Kyle's getting now. Let's see what this big red block of text says.
Big red blocks of text are never good.
No, that is no good. Reader prompting upgrade with the app solution. Error cause bad gateway. Okay, well,
I just got the same thing that Kyle did, and I just refreshed the browser, and then it let me do the things.
okay, yeah. Try a refresh. Word template, yes, Monica. Template is. You want to mess around with the UI stuff, Monica? There's the picture too for that. Let me know if you're running issues there. Okay, see I see Dan submitted one at 10:16. Is somebody on his machine or is that Dan submitting it? I don't see him in here. Must be off playing with the software on his own, maybe. Somebody else deploying. Kyle's, you just came through here. On Slack. So Kyle, yours came through on Slack. Thomas, did your PDF work this time?
Yep, it worked.
Awesome.
I do have a PDF in
Okay.
FSS. No email yet, though.
No email yet. All right, give it a second. Thomas, your email came through?
Correct.
Awesome. Somebody else's just came through. Software. That was you, Spencer. See if you get your email. And I think if those emails go through, I think we're caught up for everyone. Monica's still working from yesterday, missing the last hour, so we'll check on her later. If we're up and running, we can move forward. Building off of phase 2.
I don't know if I feel like I still get the same I can see the generate PDF activity started, but no PDF in the LSS folder.
Okay.
I have a
Yeah, so
email with an attachment with no extension on it, but it's the PDF looks like it opens fine, so I'm good.
All right. So we're down to, I think, Spencer. What does your audit log say, Spencer? Under process admin. Configuration requested. Folder path output format PDF. That looks right, I think. Okay. What about service tasks? Let's see that. Not an error, so it's stuck right there on generate PDF. Let's go to that document task in Studio. And let's take a quick peek there. So it's getting stuck right there. Generate, we got our variables. Target folder path. File name. That looks right. Output file name. Open up that top input mapping again. Yeah, metadata is good. File name doesn't mean output format. Looks right. Yeah, those should be empty. Scroll down a bit there. Target folder path is right. FSS template. You got me. I don't know. Everything seems right there. We're getting the Slack message. It's just not going through that document task. And we don't have anything configured on our sequence flows. The only thing I can think of is to rebuild that document task.
Okay. No worries, I can do that.
Yeah.
I'd say we can probably just move on while I do that too.
Okay. Yeah, let's do that. All right, so next up. Phase 3. And here are new requirements. Once our PDF gets generated, we want to archive that into OnBase for long-term storage. We're throwing the doc handle into our email. So we're just going to kind of reword that a little bit. The email that gets sent out. And then we want to delete it from our repository, our Automate repository. Trying to get away from that word experience. So our OnBase connector is what we're going to be working with. And these are the different actions that are currently available for our OnBase connector. You'll see some of the normal functionality that you do with an OnBase document there. Downloading keyword things. Some of the options needed for your OnBase connector here on this screen. So identity service for authentication, REST API client connection, leveraging OnBase REST APIs, and a temp file service API. And I believe we have architecture. Yes. For Automate to use the OnBase connector, looks like this. A lot of moving parts in there. From your app server, your database server, disk groups, through your clients, through the identity server, API server. So Automate is connecting through that API server and that identity server. We're going to need to supply an OnBase URL. It's the endpoint of the OnBase API server. The OnBase URL that you're going to see when I put in that phase 3. Should probably do that. Pull that down from the Zoom chat. You'll see that as a part of the configuration we're going to need for the OnBase connector. It's OnBase URL. Same thing with the for identity. And we're going to need to provide a URL for our identity server. We configure that OnBase connector. It'll look similar to the connector for Slack, where we're just plugging in a value in that configuration parameter section. Very similar looking there. We will need an OnBase username and password as part of the connector configuration as well. So we've created our own username called EXP connector with, of course, super secret password. And so this is a user with minimal privileges, right, but it is necessary for this solution. Also, we will be providing client ID, grant type, scope, secrets. So we need to match what is set for our REST API client connector in the identity service. Well, these options will match those settings with our REST API connection there. That is in support, so all of this information can be found on support.hyland.com. I have a link here. Hopefully this link still works. And out on university, there are also hands-on labs that'll walk through installing all these components. So IDP, IAM with your API server installation, temp file service, REST API client connection, encrypting those connection strings in the JSON as well. And it's a little bit different in our training environment, obviously. But there are a whole bunch of hands-on labs in there if you are interested in taking them. That's my phase 2. I don't need that. There's phase 3. New requirements tab and the application screenshot there. Again, we're going to nest this on-base connector between our generate PDF and email PDF options. And then we're going to put the delete repository right after we email that PDF out once again. All right, so we're going to head to our process tab. Assist us in this configuration. I'm going to head back to studio modeling. Of course, my session keeps expiring on me. Find your project. Find your process. And I'm going to delete that sequence flow. I'll delete my end event as well. Make an adjustment to my spacing here. And let's find our on-base connector. All right, so that little icon that looks like two plugs going towards each other. Find your on-base icon, create on-base connector. Once again, we don't have an instance of an on-base connector yet, so we're going to create a new one. And I'll just name it on-base FSS. Yeah, that's fine. On-base FSS. Click apply. Once again, you'll get right away your on-base connector to place right on your process. So you can set that between your generate and email tasks there. Go ahead and give that a name. Call this send to on-base. And let's go configure the on-base connector. So you should see that in your connectors drop down in your left side panel. Go ahead and choose that on-base connector. And similar to what we did with Slack, let's scroll down. We'll see a bunch of the actions available that we saw on that slide. Looks like there's a couple more new ones added. I'm gonna have to update that slide, I think. Maybe you wanna. Down to that configuration parameters section. And then you'll see on your on-base connector tab in your spreadsheet. Columns D and E here. All right, we'll start with that on-base URL we need to provide. So we're going to copy it out of E, but again, make sure you copy it from above your solution bar there, the path, that URL path. And we'll go right down that list there. And so we'll start with our on-base URL. I'm going to paste in that value. Bring that one into the Zoom chat. Next up is our authentication piece. With that URL for our identity provider. Username, that's our EXP connector, our on-base user. Passwords next, lowercase, all lowercase values for the word password. You're probably gonna have to deselect the secured checkbox in order to paste that in there. Same thing with your client ID value. You're gonna deselect your secured checkbox for this parameter. There's my on-base client ID value. Scroll down just a bit. You'll see the on-base grant type. Again, this is going to be all lowercase password. On-base scope is lowercase evolution. And then the last piece for this client secret, we need to create a new parameter here. So you'll see a blank option just to the right of on-base scope. This is going to be our all caps client underscore secret. So again, all lowercase password. Once you click the add button, that will get set. And I don't recall if we need to check the required box. I don't think so.
Brian, do you know if there's any special permissions or privileges we need to put on the on-base account here?
For that EXP connector account?
Yeah.
Not that I recall.
It is going through the REST API, and it depends on the permissions the user account login for that REST call for the initial token. So
Mhm.
there is a REST client that has been set up in identity server, and so whatever account is used there. Right now, I believe it's just logging in as manager, so it has all the rights. But yes, you would need to give it the exact rights of what you're trying to do. In this case, create rights to the doc type. And I don't think anything else there. It'd have to be tested. And more realistically, you would probably have an account that has all the rights running the REST API stuff anyway.
Gotcha. And then we're not actually doing, are we doing anything underneath the action itself at the top?
No, we will define this on that instance on the process, what we
Okay.
want to do. Yeah.
Yep. Those are just your REST API endpoints right there. So all the ones that have been made available to this connector. Much like the connector you did yesterday, you kind of have that flexibility. You can configure it here and have it the same for every time you call this connector, or you can configure part of it here, like we've done, making the connection, and then finish the configuration within your logic. So say you have two branches where one's an upload document and others is a retrieve document, you won't have to change, or you'll change the action at that stage. So it's kind of a choice about where you want to maintain that configuration and keep it up to date.
Gotcha. Thanks.
All right, make sure you scroll up and save this these connector configurations that we've just set. And now we can head back to our process itself. Go ahead and choose that on-base connector instance we set. And now in our properties, we can go ahead and do that configuration that Eric was just talking about for this particular process. Our action, right? We want to create a document. And so we're going to choose that from our dropdown. Once we choose that, you'll see all these mapping options for us. So we're going to be doing input mapping. And we can open up our variable mapping window. That content parameter, that first one, that's our PDF attachment. So that's what's stored in VAR attachment. So map those together. The doc type ID value. Go ahead and select that. That's going to be a specific value, which is a number associated with that doc type in OnBase. That's number 301. What the file type is the next option, which in OnBase, this is linked to 1616, the file ID, file type ID value. And then finally, keywords, how we want to grab those keyword values and ingest those into OnBase. So we'll need the keyword type number associated with that keyword type. So you'll see that on the OnBase connector properties tab on that spreadsheet. And this one's a little bit tricky to configure. But after you do it the first time, you'll get the hang of it. So we go to our value tab. There's a provide a value line there. We need to click the plus sign on the right. Put in your type ID, which is going to be your keyword type number. Well, for first name, it is the number 222. So that's what it's associated with. Keyword type for first name in OnBase. And then as a value, again, I'm going to need to choose this plus sign. And I'm going to have to put in that syntax of $, open curly brackets, your process variable name, which in this case is VAR first name, and then close curly brackets, curly braces, whatever you want to call it. We'll double check that that's right. You click on add. Click on add one more time. You'll see that keyword for first name get set there. And now you got to go through that same process again. Plus sign. Put in your next number, 244. And we'll go right down this list. Last name is up next. plus sign again. Put in that same syntax for last name. Number 1 for a description. Should be easier to copy out of Excel, I believe. $113 is for VAR email. $393 for VAR emergency. And then lastly, $377 for VAR issue type. Double check yours against mine. Should look the same. Once you've put that in there, click on update. We do need to do a couple other things. We forgot our process variable to add on here. We need to create a new process variable. We'll get to that. Once you've clicked on update, after you've put in all of that information, go back into that edit variable mapping window. Select that keywords option once again. And you'll see is what it did. It built an expression for us as we put in values and updated it. It built out this expression in order to grab these values as it runs through this process.
So how would we have known all about the values? Where would we have found out 301 is the right document type, 16222, all these things?
That would have been in your on-base system. So you would go into on-base configuration, look for your doc type, and when you select that document type in configuration, there's a number just above it that's assigned to that doc type.
Okay.
Same thing with file type. So this is for PDF, and then same thing with all your keyword types. And so if I select the first name keyword type in on-base configuration, just above you'll see a number, and that's
Okay.
the keyword type number associated with that keyword type.
Right.
All right, I'm going to give my process a quick save. Make sure you save that so we get those settings in there.
I think I missed something. Did you update something just now?
No, I just went back in to show you
Okay.
under keywords that it built this expression from that information that we had all input
Okay.
as values, right? So it
Yeah, I
actually
saw that
made
one.
it.
I thought you
Yeah.
might have updated something. I
Nope.
didn't see it.
No. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas. Yeah, we don't have access to that on-base system, but look at that key screenshot that Thomas put in the chat. That's what it'll look like when you're in on-base configuration. For this, it's for a doc type. So that's for the AP outstanding invoice report, and you'll see 118 has been assigned to that doc type as that number. So that's where that's coming from.
Great. Thank you.
All right, so we have our on-base connector settings we've done. We've done our on-base connector properties that we just did. But we do need an additional process variable for the dock handle. Where did I see that? What tab was that on? Process. All right, so click back into the white area of your process. Let's get back to that main process level, and we'll head down to process variables. Edit process variables. Up in the upper right, create process variable. And we're going to call this VAR, capital O on base, capital B, doc handle. The on-base document handle, that unique value for each document. And this will be a string variable type. And go ahead and save that.
Why not integer for this? It's
Yeah,
just
I
an-
was thinking the same
process.
thing.
Good question. I don't know why we are using a string value here.
I mean,
wish I
we're
had an
not
answer.
going to be performing math against this, so I guess in theory it's not necessary, but like, just looking for a more concrete answer is all.
Yeah, string is more versatile in case they change it behind the scenes.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes.
It's also string is the expected payload in the REST API. So when you do a post to archive the document, the JSON expects it to be a string. I'll put a sample of that in chat right here. So very specific format of the data we have to pass. And yeah, if you go down to uploads, the ID is going to be your string value in this case, how the REST API is designed.
Okay, good to know. Thank you for that, Eric. And Thomas put a screenshot of what we're looking at when we're looking at a doc handle. So this is on the properties of the document. Each document's assigned that unique document handle. All right, now that we have that process variable for the doc handle, we are going to put that as output mapping. It's our output mapping. So you'll see the document ID parameter. And as your process variable, go ahead and map that to that newly created process variable VAR on base doc handle. Go ahead and save those changes. Get your sequence flows from your generate document task, and then from your on base connector to that email PDF. Get those sequence flows there. Go ahead and select your email PDF as attachment. That email task, let's select that. We're going to make a minor adjustment to the verbiage in our verbiage. Can't say that. All right, Kyle, thanks. I'll throw this into the chat here. We just want to include that doc handle. Right there. So when you open up your input edit variable mapping window, head down to your text. We currently have that text in there. I'm just going to replace all that with what I put in the chat and what you see in your spreadsheet. And you'll see VAR on base doc handle is now part of that email message. Verbiage is the card. Whatever it is.
There's an old, there was an old thing that we used to see. It was like kind of like a style guide for like words that we should and should not use at Hyland in terms of like in written communication and stuff like that. And somebody from documentation was like maintaining this blog, and they were talking about verbiage as a word, and they're like, it's a garbage word. So it just kind of stuck with me.
That's good. All right, make sure you update. Append your end event onto your email task. Go ahead and validate your process, should be good. Save your process. And let's get this new.
We're not doing the delete of the item from the.
Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot that. I completely forgot that. That's an easy one. I don't think we even have that in here as our on a tab, do we?
I don't
No.
see it.
You'll see that at the bottom of your. It's called a content task. You'll see once you select that, it presents a bunch of options there. One of which is called delete content. So that's what we're gonna click on. Once you click on it and you move over to your process, you can place it there. And we're gonna rename this delete PDF from repository. Delete PDF from repository. And then as you scroll down, choose your VAR attachment as your input map. I don't know why we don't have a tab for that here in this phase 3 spreadsheet. Yes, we do. It's on the process tab. Sorry. All right, so that was a content task. Way at the bottom right, list of your BPMN elements. Once we selected that, we are looking for delete content. We added that to our process. And down on the input mapping, we did VAR attachment. And now let's get your sequence flows from your email to your delete. And then now you can append that end event. And then resave your process. Once you have that, you can go ahead and release a new project version. Show you what version you are currently on down at the bottom. Once that's released, head back to Studio Admin. Under DevOps, Application Instances. Go ahead and find yours and do an upgrade. I didn't realize we had so many JMs in this class. That was probably my bad. I was thinking about that. Everything should be set on your window. You should see the on-base connector if you're clicking all the way through to the last option there, but. Let's get these upgraded and we'll see what happens. Normally, there's at least one person that will fail on their on-base task here. Something always goes haywire. And if I recall correctly, there was no rhyme or reason to this one either. I've had to delete it from my process, rebuild the connector and re-add it, even though everything was configured correctly. So hopefully those kinks have been worked out. Well, those are firing up. I threw into the chat a PowerPoint of like 140 slides that talk about the administration portal. We won't go through this in class, but this is something you can take a peek at while we're looking here, or while we're waiting for those to deploy. And there's some notes on, each of these slides. Really what we're talking about is setting up users, setting up permissions, setting up accounts, setting up identities. That's what all of this information is for. I don't believe any of you have access to the admin portal. It's here on my user portal. And this is a place you would go to set up all of this information in here. We talk about user authentication, multi-factor authentication in some of these slides. Give you some background on how to create a user within Automate. Activating accounts, creating passwords, access to different applications. When a user forgets a password, just basic admin functionality, deactivating users, things like that in here.
So I released version 3 and then I want to update the existing version. Is that right? Because when I go to DevOps application instances, I can't upgrade. It's just grayed out. And it says 2 product release at version 2, but when I go to look at the project releases, I've got 3.
Let's take a peek at what that looks like. Let me have you share, Brandon. I'm curious. I'll deploy it a lot quicker today. Okay, so which one are you? Okay, see you there. So it says release 2. All right, when you go all the way to the right, you say, and go down to upgrade. And then click next. Oh, it looks like your connector didn't get assigned to your instance. So keep going all the way through till you get to that on-base connector piece. And then click your drop down. No, I don't think there. Click cancel here. Go back to Studio and click on your on-base, to the one on your process. Click the one on your process itself. The help desk process. Yeah, click on that instance right there. Implementation on base file. did get set there. Hold on 1 second. It says it's connected there. It says FSS on base file. That's what you named your connector, right? Yep, on base file. So it is connected there. Why isn't it showing up? When you go to upgrade. Go back to Studio Admin. Let's go through that upgrade one more time. Okay, that's good. Go all the way to your on-base connector. Okay, right here. Click that arrow back up one more time, or the arrow you just clicked. If you go over to the left where it says FSS Slack connector, and you click that, doesn't let you, but it says on base FSS on base file right there. What about change configuration? Can you slide that over? And then click that drop down next to change configuration. I've never done this before.
It kind of lets you change it on the fly.
Yeah, it changes you on the fly. So it's
So,
all set there. It's already there.
Is there supposed to be a URL value here?
Ah, yes, there should be. Let me throw that into the chat.
Yeah, should be the API server, because it doesn't know where to access the endpoint for documents.
Yeah, so take
that's
that out of the
awesome.
chat, throw that in as your value there.
Now it's working.
Now it should be good.
I should go
Okay.
back and update that in my. Yep, thank you.
All right. All right, I've been hearing Slack messages come in. And we're going to test. I threw a link in the chat for our on-base, a link to our on-base web client. You're going to log in with your username, train, your letter and number to log into on-base. And then all lowercase password.
What is it that we're actually hitting here? Is this like a cloud version for ES for web client?
Yes, I think so.
Wow.
I see a whole bunch of files in there.
What do we use for the password?
Lowercase password.
Okay, it's yeah.
I see Juan's, I see Joe's, I see Thomas's. If you check out keywords, you should see your keyword values. I see Fidget's, Eric's. So some people's are still flowing through. I see my Slack message. I do not see my on-base document though. So mine may have, see Kara's, it's a new one. There we go. Mine is stuck in running. So mine is broken. So I have an integration error received on my process. Just looking at the variables here. That was my audit log. Let's see what my service tasks say. Send to on-base error. Love it. Very good. Variable keywords type is not correct. So this is the error I am getting. It shows me what activity I'm going to. So send to on-base is my activity name. Integration error, and then my error message variable keywords type is not correct. So I'm going to take a peek at that. Anyone else is not seeing their documents here in OnBase? I see Lauren's just showed up. In the studio admin, go to your service tasks under process admin and see if you're getting a send to OnBase error right there, like I am. And I'm going to head into my process, send it to OnBase. It doesn't like one of my keyword types for some reason. Eric, I think you put that expression in here, didn't you? Maybe. I have a notepad with it, so. I've saved this from before, so I'm just gonna go in and paste this back in place of what's already here. See if that works. Don't see any new ones coming in. Into OnBase anyway. So some of you may be getting errors.
I got the same error as you did.
Okay. I just repasted this. This is something I had my notepad from different class. I just replaced the keywords in that expression with what I put in there. Looks the same as what I had in there, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. Again, this has happened to me before where I've had to rebuild, take out this entire instance, this on-base connector instance, and rebuild it. And then it would work for no rhyme or reason. I don't know why.
think mine worked. Can you double check and see if it's in on base real quick, Brian?
Yep, I see Spencer. Did anyone submit as Lennon Mendoza, or is that from Keith's class? Spencer, yours is in here.
Fine there,
Keywords
yeah.
all filled in. Brandon, I don't see yours. Yours may be stuck somewhere as well.
It says it's still running.
Okay. So go down to process admin, service tasks, and see if you have an integration error with OnBase there. Is that?
No integration error.
Oh, okay. All right, see a bunch of people upgrading. I'm gonna head back in. Let's see if mine fixed itself.
Now I do see the document out there in the FSS content place.
Okay. Yep, mine's still stuck running, so I'm assuming that did not fix my error. Let's see, some of these deployments are failing. That's disappointing. Deployed and then stopped working. All the Slack stuff's coming through. See Fidget. See mine. Mine did go through. There it is right there. On-base test number 2. So yeah, switching up the keywords. So was that you, Abby? I think that had the same problem. I don't know what I might have missed there, but mine did go through. I see it in on base. I just got Abby. I see yours just came through Slack, so made it that far. These are all from Keith's class.
It looks like mine did complete this time, so I think I'm good.
Okay, cool. I did get my email, my document handles there as well. 27772 is my doc handle. So you should see on your properties of your document. If you right click on your document in OnBase, go down to properties, you should see document ID should match the one that you get in your email. Also shows who created it. So there's that EXP connector user. Doc type number 301. That's where that information lives. Dylan, I see yours came through. Jerry, I see yours. In Slack. Dylan and Jerry, I see both of yours now in OnBase here. There's yours, Abby. Pouring in now. Looks good. All right, who's broken? Never mind. Let's take a break. We've been going for an hour and 30. Let's take a break. And then we'll come back and we'll troubleshoot whoever is having any issues. I will throw up let's go 12 and a half minutes, between 10 and 15. 12 and a half minutes. We'll throw up a timer and see you back here then. All right, welcome back. Waiting to see if everybody's back. See if you can answer some really tough questions here. Some will make you do some thinking though. Rowing is 1. Excellent, Dylan. Mhm. Swimming is another. The backstroke. Very good, Joe. Rowing and swimming. Rappelling, it's not the answer that well, according to my slide anyway, but that is a good question. I guess they're facing backwards. They're actually going down. Yeah,
You talking about in the water?
I'll give you a half point for that, Eric. The other one, I don't know. This is a stretch as a sport, I guess. The other one was tug of war. I don't know if that's considered a sport, really.
It might be on the Ocho.
That's true. Rowing, backstroke, and tug of war are answers there. What type of stone gets lighter the longer you carry it with you? We're on the right path, Fidget. I need the official word for it for a full win here.
Mary being pedantic about the use of ice and hail.
There it is. That's the word I was looking for. A hailstone. Yes, hailstone. You're all right there. All right, we get one more. Then we'll get back at it. This one's not too bad, I don't think.
If you're sharing something, I can't see your screen.
No? Let me try to reshare.
I can see it.
Yeah, I was able to see it.
Okay. Reshare. And how about now?
Yep, now I can see it.
Okay.
Is it the garage?
Not the garage. Neither inside or outside, but still part of. There you go. Windows and doors. Windows and doors.
Neither of those things are true in my house.
No.
I have an interior window that
Oh,
looks
really?
into my interior. Yes.
That's funny.
I'm not the only one, huh?
Mhm.
It's my studio, so I have a window that looks into my basement where hopefully at some point I'll do some live tracking.
Let's see, all these are popping in here. Dan, I see your Slack message.
Yeah, it's not archiving the on
Yeah, I
base.
don't see your on base. Okay,
I've
we can
got it.
check that out.
Yep.
All right,
I was playing catch up today because I messed up yesterday's project this morning.
gotcha. I gotcha. All right, Dan, let's have you share. Let's take a peek at yours first. Anybody else that is not
Yeah, mine's not.
getting emails? Really, email. If you're not getting the email, that's probably not going in on base. So let's take a look at yours first, Dan. Let's see what's going on there.
See my screen now?
Not yet.
Not yet. I've got my nice little blue box. Try this again.
There we go.
Okay.
Okay, so see integration error. Yep. Let's go to looks like the same one that I was getting, Abby was getting. Go to service tasks on the left there. It's probably going to be a send to on base error. And there it is. Send to on base error. Yeah, see, so this is the I don't know why we get this. For some people do and some people don't. So let's go, we're going to replace the expression in your keywords in your process. And that worked for both Abby and I. So we'll see if that does it for you. Yeah, so you're on your instance, go down to your input mapping.
Oop.
And click on, yep, let's open that up. Go to your keywords down at the bottom.
Oops.
Oops, yeah, close. And then expression, go over to expression on the top right.
Oh,
And yours aren't in there. Huh. That's the problem for there.
yeah. Okay.
Let me, hold on. I got something you can just paste in there. I'll
Okay.
throw this in chat.
I swear I put that in there.
Yeah. Let's see, keywords. Control C. All right, grab all of that and paste that into that expression field there.
Okay.
And then do an update, save, release, all that jazz. And we'll see what happens.
That didn't work the way I thought that was working. Hold on.
Go.
It looks to be all there. Update it.
Save it, yeah. And renew release version. All right, so you're on to version
Okay.
5. Yeah, go upgrade, and we'll see what happens with you.
Okay.
Who else? Well, somebody
Yeah,
else share.
I got the same problem.
Okay.
I just checked and my variables are there, but
Yeah, I mean that's the same thing with what I had. Try removing what's in that expression.
okay, and then just update it
Update,
with.
resave, go back in, paste in what I put into the chat there. Update, resave again. We'll just kind of
All right.
reverse it and reset it and see what happens. I don't know why it does that. All right, that was Dan and Brandon. Anybody else? A lot of files in there. I threw in another file I had for it's kind of a QRG quick reference guide I started putting together. I only got to how to deploy an application, but you can take that away with you if you want. Do that in the chat. It's a work in progress for me. Anyway.
So on your connector with the configuration parameters, should any of them been checked with secured?
I don't, you're kidding me. The only ones we took off secured were, going back in. Should be in the spreadsheet though. Everything you can leave as secured except for on-base password and the on-base client ID. Those should be deselected as far as secured. I don't have any of them selected. Yeah, so none of them should be selected.
Okay. Because on mine I selected them because we were using HTTPS.
Mm. Yeah, go ahead and deselect those. See what happens. Well, this is a strange Slack message. It has no metadata in it. Unless those fields on the form were selected as not required. I don't know how this could have gone through. Somebody. I see Dan, your Slack message just came through. Let's see if you got an on base this time. There it is. It's an on base.
Amazing what happens when you fill out all the required fields.
Right? Keywords are there. Looks good. It won't generate PDF with no values, right? I don't think it would. But I think that's got to be from Keith's class. Unless somebody filled one out. There's another blank one that just came in.
It doesn't actually validate that there's any input. So as long as you put a space in any of the fields, it's going to accept them.
Okay. That's what that is. Somebody testing that out. Okay, secured field doesn't have to do with HTTPS. All right, that's cool. Thanks, Fidget. Starting this plain text in the user interface and database. Okay. All right, well, that one from just made it an inner on base, the one with no values. Let's see what the keywords say. So the first name, last name, description, email, all blank, emergency unchecked. It still grabbed the issue type because that was grabbed. From the drop down. All right, Brandon, I just got your Slack. And checking on base. There it is. You're good to go.
Awesome.
Keywords are there. Looks good. Anybody else? Any issues, problems, questions on phase 3? Right. Now that I'm looking at my PowerPoint, I had all those screenshots that Thomas put into the chat here in my PowerPoint. Doc handle, there's my doc type ID, file type. Where are those? Might as well show them to you since I
You're
have them.
welcome.
That's what it looks like from our example. FSS help desk request is our doc type. There it is, number 301. That's where we're getting that number from. File type is PDF. 16 is the file type for PDF. That's where we're getting that number from. Keywords, that one's for description. Keyword number 1. Those are the keyword types. And doc handle is that last one there. All right, we are on to phase 4. It's phase 3. Too many of you people are checking the emergency checkbox when it's not an emergency. Therefore, going forward, our FSS help desk team would like a manager to review all requests classified as emergency and then determine whether or not it is an actual emergency or not. So this manager is going to have the ability to modify that severity level. Also, they can uncheck the emergency checkbox. Email is going to go out to the original requester that it is not an emergency. It's going to be assigned to the appropriate team, routed back to issue type for evaluation. And that's what it looks like. So we're going to have a branch off of our initial exclusive gateway. So this is the first time we're going to be interacting with a user task in our process. That's our manager classification review there. A couple other gateways we will add. One is another exclusive gateway. Actually, 2 more exclusive gateways, and then a parallel gateway. So we're going to get started with a parallel gateways and some throw events. All right, so you'll see kind of that double circle at the bottom in the highlighted section. Throw the issue type evaluation. It's a throw event that we're going to throw back to really that top part of our process where we'll have a catch. I guess it's called a catch event. And send it back into that part of the process from there. So these are the new elements. These are called intermediate events. And we talked about start events and end events. These are intermediate events, that double circle. And it's just a shortcut from that one part of a process to the other. Keeping that process looking clean, if you will. All right, so we're going to send data from that link intermediate throw event, and then receive the data on the intermediate catch event. We will also implement edit form rules on one of our forms there. It's going to use to populate one field depending on the response given by a user in a separate field. And then I talked about our parallel gateway. And we talked about exclusive only go on one route out of our gateway. Parallels go simultaneously out of that gateway. So both options in that screenshot there. Not only are we going to send an email back to that original recipient, we're going to throw it back to the original part of our process. So we want both of those options to happen. Make sure you're back in studio at your process for FSS help desk. Let me find FSS phase 4. I will dump that into the chat. Should now have it. You may need to scroll a little bit to the left to find all of the tabs here in your Excel spreadsheet. Requirements and application tab just goes through some of the things we just talked about on our PowerPoint. The process tab itself is where we will be configuring. We're showing all the configuration items we're going to be adding to this process. And we'll step through our user task, some user task properties, the issue correction email, and some testing. We'll all be happy to know this is the first time we have ever done phase 4 in a class. I've never done phase 4 before. So I'm going to be going through it just like you. Hopefully we can not make any mistakes along the way. All right, so I'm on my process tab. We need a new process variable, looks like, VAR outcome. And it's going to be a string variable type. So let's get that created first. Make sure you're at your process level. Just click into the white area. It'll take us to that top process level. Edit process variables. Let's create that new one called VAR capital O outcome with a variable type of primitive string, and get that saved. Resave my process. All right, next up on our list, an exclusive gateway. Is it an emergency? We're going to append a second exclusive gateway to our start event. So it's going to be between the start event and our issue type gateway. And then we're going to have new conditions on this exclusive gateway. We're going to be looking at the values stored in, well, for VAR emergency, right? That's our Boolean. So it's either true or false. So that's how we'll do our condition on this, or coming out of this exclusive gateway. All right, so we're back towards the beginning of our process. I'm going to move my process over. I'm going to stretch out my start event. Let me get rid of my sequence flow between the start event and my issue type gateway. And I'm going to append a new gateway onto my start event, which I will then make an exclusive gateway using that wrench icon on the gateway itself. All right, next up, I'm going to add my user task for our manager classification review. So that's in the top section of your BP elements. You see a little person icon in there. First column, about halfway down. Hover over it, create user task. That's what we're looking for. And drop that down below my exclusive gateway I just put in there. I'll paste in the name from Excel, manager classification review. I have to recheck that spelling. Classification review. Minor change to my spreadsheet there.
Sorry, I missed where you got the exclusive gateway from again. I haven't responded to a bunch of messages.
Okay, so if you go to your start event, you can just append it right there, that top right diamond icon. That'll append to your start event. That'll give you your sequence flow so you don't have to add one later. And then when you're on your gateway, that diamond, hit that wrench icon and make it an exclusive gateway. That'll put the X in there.
For some reason, I was on the wrench on the start, so
I got you.
sorry.
Okay. Okay. Nope,
Thank
no
you.
good. We added our user task. We haven't done anything with the other. We'll leave it there because we want to do our conditions off of our gateway first. To look at the value that's stored in VAR emergency. So let's get our sequence flows from our now first exclusive gateway. So I'm going to do a sequence flow line to the initial type exclusive gateway, and then a sequence flow down to my manager classification review user task.
You want
And
to,
now, go ahead. Yep.
sorry, do you want to go ahead and name that gateway?
You can. Yep. You can name it. This is what is it called? Is it an emergency? Thank you, Sarah. So you select that over in your name field. Is it an emergency? You'll see that filling right above the gateway there. Just like we did for our sequence flows coming out of our issue type, right? We're going to do the same here. So click on your sequence flow. Going to your next exclusive gateway from your emergency exclusive gateway. And this is going to be, we'll call it false, I guess. And name it false. And then because of my condition, right, we want to look at VAR emergency. Equals the value. You should see a drop down of false. VAR emergency equals false, and then save. And then the same thing with that bottom sequence flow heading down to your manager classification review. Select that sequence flow. We'll call this our true branch. Out of that exclusive gateway. And this time our condition is our emergency equals the value of true. Give that a quick save and give your process a quick save as well. Somebody just popped back in. Maybe you were a meeting or something. I threw the new phase 4 we are going through into the Zoom chat. There's our spreadsheet there.
Thank you, sir.
Ready? All right, so we've added a new exclusive gateway in between our first initial one. And we have our user task for manager classification review. What do we got next? Down in our process. All right, so we have a form that's going to go to our manager. We're going to be creating a new form. And we know there's another exclusive gateway off our manager. Let's do our form first. So let's get our form set on our manager issue review user task. Go ahead and select that in your process, manager classification review. Over in your properties on the right, go ahead and scroll down. So you see the form name field. We're going to click on that plus sign, create form. And we're going to call this our manager issue review. Manager issue review, and then select create form. Head over to your forms drop down in the panel on the left. You should see your manager issue review form there. Go ahead and select it.
There's no issue with launching the form right from the right panel though, right? The little edit form button that shows up after you save the name of the form.
On the process over. Where did I go? Where did it go? It shouldn't be.
Yeah, that little, the one, yeah, right
here.
beside,
Yeah, open form. No, yeah, you can do it from there. Correct. Yep. Really good. All right, I'm now on the user task form tab in our spreadsheet. You'll see in column B there, we're going to put in header section, rich text, and then you'll see what, 1, 2, 3, 4 display values. So these field types will take the information that's on our initial form and auto-populate them onto our manager review form for us. Okay. It should do this. The multi-line text probably does the same. And the emergency and drop downs, they'll be the same, but I'm sure it's going to populate those for us. It should be. So let's start with our header section, which is UI elements. Third one down, find your header. So used to just clicking once, add your header on there. And we're going to call this, we'll throw this in the chat, FSS Help Desk Support Request Review as our label. FSS Help Desk Support Request Review. That's a lot of words. ID, I'll just change back to the word header. And then we're looking for some display rich text, which is down, let's see, fifth one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down. Display rich text. We're going to drag and drop this within the header itself. So within that header section, if you will. It should drop in there. Oops. not gonna make any changes to my label, my ID. I'll just make display rich text. Just like on our initial form, you're gonna have to open your rich text editor at the bottom of your panel on your right. And I will put this in the chat out of our spreadsheets. Be easier to copy it from there. I think we're gonna have a title. I think we're just gonna have that rich text in there. Well, you did me a number there, didn't you? Try that again. Might have to remove that word title if we're not gonna have a title. All right, next up, we're gonna have 4 display values. I'm gonna put these right on the drag and drop fields here option. Display values are, where are you? Under your 5th option down again. Same place we got the display rich text. Display value. I'm gonna throw 4 of those down into a new section type. And then we will have first name, last name, email address, and issue type. Go ahead and change your labels and your IDs for that. Multi-line text is next. Way at the top. And I'm gonna make that into a new section at the bottom. New multi-line text. Probably make this column a 2-column field type. Change my label to detailed description. My ID to description. I want this field marked as read only. This field type as read only. And then we will have our emergency checkbox and our drop down severity level down in a new section. So under your UIs, find your checkbox. Drop down.
Brian, can you provide some more context why the first 4 are display, even though we're trying to, I think, display everything from the old form or the original form, but like the multi-line and the other fields are not a display value?
I don't have a specific answer. My guess is this, they're different field types. As far as text goes.
I don't think the display values can do multi-line text.
Yeah, that's probably
But but still in goal, we're still going to be copying it over from the OG form.
yes, from the original one.
Okay.
Yeah, correct.
I'm assuming we're getting that from a variable. Is that true?
We are getting that for these fields.
For
or
the from the
from,
multi-line and the checkbox and the emergency and all that stuff.
yes, the values stored in those process variables, correct.
Yeah.
Those are being pushed forward, correct.
Got it.
I did the wrong one. Emergency is my checkbox.
Just curious, is there a copy form button that exists?
There is not,
Okay.
unfortunately. I believe that's on the list.
Technically, you could look under the editor menu, copy
Yeah.
majority of the JSON and just make a new form and then replace that JSON. You just have to be very careful with the ID at the very top, because I've done this because I'm lazy. I mean, efficient. And if you put the wrong darn ID, it'll break the entire process or project. So
Okay.
technically, yeah, editor menu, the little eyeball up there. You just grab the JSON.
Right.
I don't think it was
Yeah, I would
intended
assume
to be
if
used
you're,
like that, but
if you're familiar with working with JSON, it might be an easy thing to do, but for people who don't work with it, it might be tricky. Mistakes could be made. When you get to your severity level, don't forget to do your showstopper high and medium options. We'll do those the exact same as we did on our first form. Where'd you type in there? Once you get those in there, make sure you're saving your form along the way. What I wanted to do. All right, we have all our field types added. Now I want to put in a form rule. Make sure you're at your form level, so you don't have any of your field types selected. You should be able to just scroll to the top. Don't click on the add tab option. That might put a wrinkle into your, just kind of click off of your form. And as long as you see manager issue review at your form at top of your form editor there, that shows you you're at your top of your form level, right as you click the add tab. It should be fine, Dylan. You just might see something weird later on. Should be all right. But as you scroll down in your form editor on the right, you'll see edit form rules down there at the bottom, that button. Edit form rules. And click on that. Really only one option in here. Once you get in, click on that add form rule plus sign. And our event is going to be form loaded field event. I can't remember where's our thing.
The field event.
It is a field event, field value changes. Which is field value changes for our emergency. There we go. So hover over field events, hover over emergency, and click on field value changes. Our condition, there's a plus sign on the far right. And we're looking for emergency equals the value of false. Yeah, I see what you did, Karen. Your form should still be there. It kind of creates a new tab, so it's tricky to get back to it, but it should still be there.
Oh
As long
yeah.
as you've been saving.
Yeah, I thank God I saved. I'm like, oh, I'll just delete the tab, and it deleted literally everything. So
Yeah, you think it does, but it doesn't. It just, you can go back there as long as you're saving that before. Saving the
Perfect.
form, you're good. Yeah.
So what's the goal of this form rules? I mean, what are we doing here at the moment? Is it that the operator has said, no, it's not really an emergency, and they're setting it to false, and then this defines what action happens?
This is, let me think where we're at. I gotta look back at my process.
I mean, in general, it's just dynamically automating the form. So instead of forcing the user to manually do something, they're making the change, and we're detecting that change and making the updates of the process, again, based on what the user does, without having to build a second form for the whole process.
It
So
looks like
this,
in the action, we're just changing the severity level to another value, but I don't know how that goes along with the story.
I think we're not changing severity level, right? We're changing whether it's an
Yeah,
emergency.
yeah, not a severity, emergency.
Well,
Well,
I'm just looking at the screenshot in this phase 4 workbook. It shows.
The emergency is the flag. It's what would trigger the form rule. So you're setting the trigger if emergency is set to false, and then the action is you're setting the severity level to a value of -1. I'm guessing that's just like a non-value that's not going to interfere with the rest of the process, but that would be
So this
the
is saying you're as somebody does an action on the form, we can do other things in relation to that, right? So somebody looks at this initially, comes in and it says, hey, this is an emergency and here's all this information. I look at it and go, no, it's not. As soon as I change it to false, then this rule runs, and this becomes like your throw. Is that a correct statement, or is it not the throw? It's still separate.
yeah, it would throw when you submit the form, and it updates the values for that you're outputting.
Does this edit form rules run when you hit save or while the person is interacting with the form?
When they're
Interacting with it. Yeah.
interacting with it.
Okay, all right. So I'm changing it to false, and other things on the form then need to change, is what you're saying.
Yeah, that's right. And then does -1, Brian, does that like just clear a field, or
Okay.
what does -1 represent?
The -1, I can't remember why we have to set this to -1, Eric. Why did we do that?
I'm not sure on that, other than I think it just resets the field to null.
Yeah.
Well, do we
'Cause
have a
it's
way to do a quick
index,
test?
right? It's an array of values is what's stored in the object there. So it's looking for the index to be a certain value, which set it to an imaginary number, and it just nulls it out is my guess.
Does the preview mode let us do a test drive?
Let me
Just set it up and test it and see what it does?
Yeah.
I don't
think-
believe the preview allows you to run form rules. I think you have to publish for that. At least
Oh,
that's the way it
boo.
used to work.
Okay.
I've got a ticket in for that.
Okay. All right, so far we have emergency, field value changes. And then our condition was field emergency equals false. The action, if you click on plus there, we are looking at severity level, update field severity level. And the payload is our value of -1. So if you go into your edit variable mapping, provide a value of -1 and then update.
I think that's going to unselect the drop down. So basically just makes it.
Yeah, it
so
just
do
takes the
that.
check mark out of the checkbox until our manager reviews it.
No, I mean, I think he needs to drop down, like it deselects whatever's selected. Because severity levels it.
Oh, because
Drop
it's,
down.
yeah, I got you. Yeah, I'm thinking
I
of the
think we
emergency
selected.
checkbox. Severity level, right.
Remember
It
why?
removes that value. That's what the -1's doing. Okay. All right, so I saved that and well, it just closed my window for me. And I wanted to review that.
Okay, I missed one small piece. I missed how we set the outcomes.
I don't think we did that step yet, but I think we need to do that next.
Okay, because I thought I saw it on the bottom of his screen, and maybe I was just looking at the screenshots.
I mean, I missed it too. Brian's already got it.
Where do I have that?
Save out of here.
If you scroll down to the bottom,
Scroll
do you have
down.
your outcomes yet? No, I don't think so.
Okay, maybe not. Maybe I was just looking at the screenshots, trying to work my way down.
Okay.
Okay, then I am caught up.
Right, so field value changes, emergency was false. Severity level, value -1. Okay. Make sure you save that form. That form saved.
I missed something on how you edited that rule in the first place. I've got the edit form rules up.
All right, so you're in here. And which one did you not have?
I don't have any. I just got a blank screen there. I said event source and it clicks to select the event source. Then I got form events. I guess it's form loaded. I don't.
Let me do a new one here. I'll do the exact same thing what I did. So you are here
Yes.
with a red exclamation. Okay, so your event source, we're looking at field events, emergency field value changes. Once you have that set, where it says condition, if you went all the way to the right and grab that plus sign.
Yep.
You want the condition of emergency equals value of false. And then save. And now the resulting action down at the bottom left, click on add new action. Click on that line where it says click here to perform the action to perform, select the action to perform. We're going to update the field for severity level. And right now, when you're thinking about there's a radio button that has a value, either showstopper, high or medium. We want to clear that out. So the value here, go ahead and choose your pencil on the far right. The value we want to change, we just want to put in -1 to remove that, basically that radio button that's selected. And then click on update. And then save.
Yeah, thanks. That
Okay.
first part just didn't make sense. So
Okay. And then down at the very bottom of our form is where we're going to add our outcomes. And so this will be, what it's going to do is put 2 buttons on the bottom of our form that our manager can click, and either it becomes an emergency or it what's the one coming down? I'm gonna go look at it. Either it stays an emergency or the outcome can reverse that and say it is not an emergency. So that's what these outcome buttons will do. We just need to add them down here at the bottom. So you click on add outcome. You'll see in the upper right now, it says new outcome name. We're going to change that to emergency. And then scroll at the bottom of your form once again and click add outcome again. And we'll choose not emergency. And then go ahead and save your form. You'll see both of those outcomes there way at the bottom. All right, and then one of those 2 values is going to be stored in our process variable that we created at the very beginning of phase 4 bar outcome. So that's our manager issue review form. Save it. I can close it now. Back to my process.
Sorry, back on the form, where did you add the outcome buttons from? I'm losing them.
All the way down at the very bottom. You'll just see there's just a
Oh,
blue
okay.
button that says add outcome.
Yep, got
And
it.
then all you do
Thanks.
is you go to the top and just rename them.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. All right, so now we're on to our user manager classification review user task. This goes back to what Thomas mentioned. Where do those values come in to get populated on our form? We need to input them as input mappings, right, from our process variables. Scroll down to your input mapping section of your manager classification review user task. And let's go ahead and map, open your edit variable mapping windows using your plus, your pencil sign icon. Detailed description, we're going to map to VAR description. Email address to VAR email. emergency to VAR emergency. First name to VAR first name. Issue type to VAR issue type. Last name to VAR last name. And lastly, severity level to VAR severity, VAR severity. Once you get all 7 of those mapped, go ahead and select update. So whatever stored in those process variables is going to input it on that manager issue review form we just created. Our manager is going to look it over, and then they're going to select either emergency outcome, just at the bottom, or not emergency outcome. Depending on what they select, we want to store those values in process variables for severity, emergency, and outcome, because they could change or possibly stay the same. All right, so under output mapping now, go ahead and open up your edit variable mapping. We want emergency to VAR emergency. Form outcome to VAR outcome. And for our severity level, we'll use severity space dash space ID. So whatever is stored in that ID, when you think back to how we are storing that, it's both the same as the name and ID here. So it kind of doesn't matter for us. But we'll use ID anyway. So VAR severity is what we want to map severity level ID to. And go ahead and choose update. Save my process. Let's get those changes set.
Excuse me.
Yes, go ahead.
Could you show again the form outcome, please?
On the form itself?
And my classification review and outcome mapping.
Okay, output mappings, yes, correct. Okay, so they
And
are
form
there.
outcome.
Yep, right here.
Form outcome. Oh, Jesus. VR outcome. Oh,
If
sorry.
you don't have a VAR outcome, you may not
Yeah.
have created that process variable.
What type is?
This is a string. Yeah. So head back to your process level, get that created as a string. And then you should come back in here and see it as an option as one of those process variables. Yeah.
Great. I got it. Thank you.
Yep.
Brian, did we go somewhere to actually, I know we have the outcomes at the bottom of the form, but where are we actually passing off the value, or do we still need to do that?
Whatever we type as the name of the outcome is what's getting stored in there. Whatever we change that name to on the form, that's what's getting passed as VAR outcome into VAR outcome.
How does
to
it
move
know
forward.
which outcome to choose?
Our manager selects that whichever button.
Okay.
Whichever button that manager decides whether it's an emergency or not an
Gotcha.
emergency.
I'm
Whichever
following.
one they click, whichever outcome that manager selects will get stored as that value. Okay, save my process. Let's get those changes set. All right, we're down to row number 9 on our process tab here in our spreadsheet. Which is another exclusive gateway out of our user task. Let's see. Let's go ahead and do this exclusive gateway, then we'll break for our break. All right, so off of our user task, you should be able to append a gateway off of there, I believe. So select your manager classification review. Top right icon, append gateway, which I will make exclusive using that wrench icon to change the element. We can rename this to, we'll call it really an emergency. Process put the text underneath my gateway. I just clicked it and removed it and put it up on top of the gateway. We're gonna have a couple branches coming off there. We will have an intermediate catch event coming out of this gateway. And we'll have to drag that on. So you have to find that intermediate event. Drag it and drop it to the right of that gateway there. Just like some of the other elements, when you select that intermediate event, you can click on your wrench. And this is going to be our, is this our throw? Yes. Where's my screenshot? Throw event. Link intermediate throw event. So that'll put that dark colored in black arrow pointing right in there. So that's one route out of our exclusive gateway. The other one is going to be down to a parallel gateway. So off of my really an emergency exclusive gateway, I can append a new gateway. I'll place that underneath, or underneath my throw event, I guess. That's what it looks like from my screenshot. And I'll get my sequence flows going from both of those, from my exclusive gateway to the intermediate throw event and to my new gateway, which I will make a parallel gateway. When you select parallel gateway, you will see the plus sign now in that gateway, which kind of bugs me too. How can you call it a parallel gateway with perpendicular lines?
I know it sounds like a question for the expert.
It is what it is.
I agree with you.
Yep. Maybe like the equal sign.
Yeah. All right, we'll get into configuring our throw event and our parallel gateway after lunch or dinner, or wherever you are. Let's get our emergency set as our conditions on our sequence flows. And so once again, select that line between the exclusive gateway and your intermediate throw event. Select that sequence flow. Go ahead and rename the top one. This will be an emergency. Our condition's just going to be like what we did before on the top part of our process, where VAR emergency equals a value of true.
Is it VAR emergency or outcome that we're doing
They
here?
hit the outcome.
It says outcome in the spreadsheet.
Yes, I'm thinking back to the first one. Thank you. Yeah, because I want to do not emergency, correct? Let me remove that. My bad. Let's go back. I'm going to remove that. And we're looking at VAR outcome to a value of capital E emergency. Spelling does matter here. All right, the process is going to look at what that outcome is exactly named on that form. Save that condition. So VAR outcome equals emergency. On my bottom sequence flow heading to my parallel gateway, go ahead and select that. Rename that not emergency. And my condition for this is VAR outcome equals the value of capital N, not space, capital E, emergency. Save that condition, resave your form, or sorry, your process, excuse me. And let's leave off right here for now. Any questions on some of that we just did before we head out?
Yes, but I think once I see it.
Okay, yeah, hold that for after then. All right, let's head out for a break. 12:56 here in the East. Let's call it 2 p.m. Right on the money. We'll give an extra 4 minutes. Get that, some extra food in you. See everybody back here in 1 hour and 4 minutes. Enjoy. Thank you once again to whoever keeps doing that, because I know I'm not going to remember. All right, we're going to be back onto our help desk process. We're down, let's see, we've created our throw event in our parallel gateway. Zoom in on that a little bit. I'm using my control key and my scroll mouse to zoom in. If you did not know that little trick there. Now that we've reclassified, I guess we've reclassified it or made sure that it's right. It is what it is, regardless of that outcome of what our manager does. We still need to throw it back to the original process to get to that issue, get to our help desk team so they can resolve this. All right, down here, we're just making sure that that emergency is what it is. All right, so here on our intermediate throw event, we are going to, where's my spreadsheet? Because we're going to make this a throw event, we need a catch event on the other end to catch the data. That is going to occur up here, the top part of our process. And I'm going to place it. I'll move my Slack things around just a little bit, make them a little bit more organized. So we need a new intermediate event right above our issue type. I'm going to adjust my issue type wording right there. And I'm going to grab this intermediate throw event or an intermediate event, we haven't defined it yet, and place it above my issue type exclusive gateway. And when I go to my wrench on my intermediate event, this is going to be our intermediate catch event. Second one from the bottom, intermediate catch event. And I'm going to connect that using my sequence flow. And what's our name? We're calling this catch from emergency evaluation. So I'm going to name this top one here. This is my catch event. Catch from emergency evaluation. Down on my throw intermediate event, down off my branch off of that exclusive gateway. So this is the solid arrow there. I'm going to name this throw to issue type evaluation. We're throwing that back up to my issue type evaluation. Let's save my process just quickly. Under the target event, when you hit that drop down, you should see that catch event listed there. All we need to do is set it right under that target event. That makes sense what we just did there to everybody.
If you rename things after they're already pointed to them, will it update similar to the way OnBase on the back end uses IDs, or does everything have to be re-pointed?
See what happens when I do. I'll just type in a bunch of gibberish. Save it, and if I go down here, it renamed it down here. Is that what you meant, Joe?
Yes, thank you.
Yep. That did seem to do it right off the bat. That's cool. Throw my catch thing back in there. Resave. All right, we are down to bottom of our process here on our parallel gateway. All right, we need a sequence flow up to our throw intermediate event. So let's just hit that sequence flow first. And then also off of this parallel gateway, we need an email task. Which you'll find all the way at the bottom, second one from the bottom on the left column. Send email task. We'll add that off of our parallel gateway. And we're going to name this send email denoting issue correction. I'm going to get my sequence flow going to that email. Quickly append an end event onto my email as well. And now we can configure this email task. And that's good to know, Fidget. But you created another link intermediate throw event to see if you can send multiple different throw events into one catch event, and you can. That's cool. All right, here on our email task, we scroll down a bit, action is to send an email. In our input mapping, edit variable mapping window, let's go down our list. The from should already be set for us. No reply at experience@hyland.com. Subject, according to our spreadsheet, head down to the subject parameter here on the left. And I'm going to put in a value for incorrect emergency classification for issue requests. You can get that out of the Zoom if you want. Down to the text parameter, threw that in there as well. This is going to be expression. We're going to leverage some process variables. First name and issue type, you can see in there. Once again, the to parameter we will map to our VAR email process variable, back to that original requester. Go ahead and select update. Give your process a validation. Save that process. And we are ready for testing. What questions do we have before we are going to test about what's going on here now?
Mine revolve around that manager classification review dialogue, because okay, so emergency is true. We set something up that says, hey, when emergency changes, but then we added these two variables at the bottom, which I don't know how they actually truly got declared. Like, let me see, bring it up, where we added outcomes. Because we just put in text. We didn't say that it was going into a variable. So it kind of, it's,
are you talking about the output mapping on our manager?
yeah, because the way it seemed like, oh, the dialogue would pop up, it would have all the original variables that the manager would say, oh, this is not an emergency. And that would be a change on the form, and that would do things. But now we've got these emergency and non-emergency outcomes that seem to be what's actually flowing out. And I'm not sure how they're flowing out. So maybe it's just seeing the visual will make it.
So yeah, when our form comes into the manager, we're wiping out emergency and severity level, I think, right? And manager's going to reset that, aren't they?
Or not.
I don't know. I think what we said was, let me see if I pick on. I'll get it to just select the background. There it goes. Down in the edit rules, it just says on emergency change. So I would imagine.
Yeah, Fidget has theirs up and running. Let's take a look there.
Yeah, I think that's what's going to help me, because
yeah, let's see it in action here. Fidget, if you wouldn't mind sharing.
Yep, trying to get the right window.
All right, what's going on?
Okay, so this one's still running, so I must
you can select it right there.
Yeah.
And then on the upper right, there's a trash can.
Cool.
Yeah.
So I probably need to go and fix something in that process, but
yeah, okay.
So I'll just da, da, da.
So set an emergency as a showstopper. Okay.
All right. So this starts the process. We didn't really declare who it was getting sent to, so it would just be anybody who has access to these would get in there. My tasks.
Correct.
Click into the task. So here's what it looks like. These are all read only, so they're grayed out, meaning that you can't click them. And then in here, we can, as the manager, say, okay, this is actually not an emergency. You don't have to touch the severity level in here because that's going to get reset by our form rule.
Okay.
And then down here, we have emergency and non-emergency. What these are form outcomes. And in
We can't see that emergency, non-emergency that you just said,
down here,
down the bottom.
unless my screen might be really small. Maybe it's just mine.
You're on the right side.
Yeah, it's just mine. With very
Okay.
tiny left.
yeah. So yeah, down here on the right hand side, we've got emergency and non-emergency. Those we mapped to. So those are form outcomes. They got mapped to the their outcome here. And so we click that, it would map to non-emergency. We unchecked the emergency thing, and that's what reset the severity in the form rule. So now I should get an email here in a bit saying, yeah, I just got it saying, yep, this wasn't an emergency. It's going to get assigned to the right team.
So the form rule runs after.
Yes, it happens. It runs on, it executes when the task is completed.
I see. Okay.
Okay.
I thought it was
Okay.
started when the task started.
All
So
right, that makes sense. Now I got it.
So I guess, Brian, the only thing I don't understand is what's the point of adding the outcomes when if you already can do logic to just revise the data on the form?
Yeah.
My understanding was it's to demo form outcomes as part of this training because I had the same question.
Yeah.
We already have logic in place about whether or not it's an emergency type. I'm guessing that it's just to show, hey, these are form outcomes. Here's another thing, another way you can throw logic in and have interaction.
Yes, it is because we used to have a lab before this one. That will we've decided to give it to everyone as a kind of a review lab later on that deals with the outcomes, but we didn't have the outcomes anywhere in this lab. So that was part of this new build, this phase 4, I think.
yeah, I guess if you left those the severity, emergency and severity as read only, so that as a manager, all you're doing is looking and you're clicking.
Yeah.
Yes, you're agreeing, or no, you're not, then it has follow-on things it can do to clean up, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So if you needed someone to check off something and then check off 3 more things, they're going to forget.
Right. Okay. All right, let's everybody test it out here. We have a testing tab in our spreadsheet. And the request is in column A here. So you're not going to check emergency. Should go through the normal process. Request 2, we are going to check emergency, call it a showstopper. The manager will change severity to high from showstopper, with the outcome being an emergency. Click on emergency. And then the last one, you're also going to check emergency initially. You will set your severity level high. We'll deselect emergency checkbox, and your outcome is not. To select the not emergency button from your manager. We hadn't seen that before. Our process had just run through before, but when you do initially submit that initial form, because we're acting as manager as well, you'll see it in your tasks. It'll be under my tasks, and you'll click in as manager as well, as you saw when Fidget was demonstrating there. So,
Hey, Brian.
Yep.
Or Fidget, or Jerry, or Dan. I stepped away for a minute and came back. I believe I'm caught up. However, when I hit validate, it's indicating that I have extensions for process, and then my process name contains mappings for an unknown task activity, and then it's fun, unique name. I don't have any activities on my process
Activity with a Y or an I?
with a Y.
Okay.
Yeah, let's take a look. Share your screen there, Kyle. Let's step through that one.
So yeah, when I validate, it reports these activities here. So for my process, which that's this process, it's reporting that I've got activities named that, but when I click through all of my activities, none of them have that name. So they are abandoned somehow. Maybe
Go into the
might be
XML.
orphaned in there somehow.
Well, this would be the JSONs because it's reporting for the extensions.
Yeah.
So you'd need to search for that
Search for
value.
those. Yep, exactly.
Oh, well, I better
You can
remember
just,
those values then.
I was gonna say, you can just click on the top where it says KY train A11. There's a drop down so you can actually go to your logs from there.
Oh, okay.
Look at log history.
All right, I'll just store these somewhere easy. And so just kill that entry, these two.
Yeah. You should be able to just remove all that and resave. And then revalidate.
There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know why some of the things get orphaned in there, and it's just, I think it's putting something onto the process and maybe either deleting it or reconfiguring it and then removing it, something along those lines.
I've got an issue as well. My form was good before lunch, but now it's not. Not sure why.
All right, we will take a look there. Yeah, everybody else feel free to go ahead and release and start running and see what happens. So this is the project level validation, does not match regex pattern. So manager issue review form.
I don't remember using regex.
No, I don't. Nope. You must be throwing in some fancy code or something. Let's
If we go into the form and hit the validate for the form, it might point us to where it's, so not for the process up there, but if we go into the, so we're in the form here, there's a check mark next to the save. It might point us to the right thing here. Okay, no, it just says it has validation. But let's scroll through and see if it like highlighted anything in red. No, okay.
Okay. Let's see, what fields? Form dash fields 2, fields 1, ID. Yeah, I don't know where that is. Let's see, I go into that and let's do a JSON editor and see. I don't know if this is going to show us. We'll find out though.
Yeah, there's also a ticket been put in for when you're in that log history on an error, to be able to click on it and have it jump to the where the problem is or give some more detail.
Yeah, all right, good. That'll be helpful.
So here's fields 2. I'm using the string because I'm not seeing them.
This is a new one. I don't remember this one at all. Excuse me.
I'm trying to follow the path here. I don't see where they see a 2.
Yeah, I think that stopped on field 1 right there on 21. And as you keep scrolling down, you hit the 2 and then it stops on the 2. I thought I saw that. There, now 101 is fields 2, maybe. I think we're just gonna have to step through the form, maybe.
If you actually just click within the JSON here and then Control F.
Yeah, you can do a search through there for.
Yeah, do quote to quote.
I don't know what it's like, this 1/0 ID. This is so weird. It was like I had the form and the process done, validated, no issue. I mean, we can look through the form. We've got header, rich text, no conditions. We've got the display values.
Yeah, it shouldn't be anything in there, really.
Read only on the description, multi-line.
Mhm.
Or
Take a
drop
look at your
down,
advanced
got
tab there. Yep.
options.
Showstopper.
And then, son of a gun, how do you get rid of the new tab?
You should just be able to close it. It'll close probably your whole thing. Then just click back on Manager Issue Review on the left. Yeah, confirm there. And then Manager Issue Review.
That's not doing.
All right, just close it at the top there and don't save. And now go back into it.
For the form rules, if the emergency field is changed and emergency equals false, change severity level to -1.
The only thing I noticed different, go back to your severity level outputs, or sorry, options. And those were, your IDs were all lowercase. And I think on the initial form, they were uppercase IDs, weren't they?
On my initial form, we did this. We did like a lowercase is the ID and an uppercase is the value. So I just did what was on the
Yeah, right there.
OG
On the
form.
left. Change those to.
But do you hear what I'm saying?
Capital S, capital H, capital M.
I think Brian's audio went out.
No, he asked you to correct the case
No, I cannot hear
sensitivity.
you, Sarah.
Yeah, I think his audio went out
I
again
didn't
like
hear
it did the
anybody.
other day.
No, we can hear him just
We
fine.
can hear him.
No, he can't hear me. He can't hear us. His
Unplug my
headset up.
Okay.
Can you try or adjusting the case sensitivity on the first column there to capitals for the first character?
I mean, this is what I did on the OG form, so I
Alright,
was
now
just
I can-
copying from there just
Oh,
so
you
that
did?
it's different.
Okay.
But
Um,
for Shiggles, yeah.
I made mine were all capital, but if you're in your initial, if you did all lowercase, maybe it was the same.
When I talked to Laura about that at one point, she said they have to match. I don't know why exactly, but
See right there on that form, they're uppercase.
It's still giving the error.
Okay. Well, that wasn't it. that show when you validate your process?
Yes.
It gives you the same error on the process check here.
Yeah. What kind of field would be looking for regex?
It. I'm reading that error as it's checking for illegal characters in
Ooh, okay.
somewhere in here in one of the fields. I'm not sure exactly which field it would be doing that, but
maybe an ID field or
yeah, I mean, I guess it did say ID for the field, so it'd be one of the ID fields in here has a
Let's go with this guy.
first name.
Oh, there it is. There's a space there. On first name, there was. It was mad. And there's other spaces.
Let's see, yeah. Resave and validate, see if that was it.
Detail.
That's your label. Description.
Emergency. Just double checking all these.
Yeah, okay.
All right, let's save that. Okay, now we actually have other issues. Cool.
That was something different.
Did I break stuff because now I've mapped all those things and now
that's it mapped everything,
Yeah.
and now you
Yeah. I'll just have to remap.
which would be
that would be under the
yeah, out of
form
there, I
in
think.
your mappings here.
Yeah, right here.
I don't know what's broken.
I would just go through, let's remove all your input maps and redo them, and then do the same for the outputs. And go in there. Select emergency.
Oh, I see. So I think the descriptions
Oh,
out,
yeah, okay. Email, yeah.
email.
First name. So it took them off when you.
I see.
Yeah, okay.
So going back to what somebody said earlier, if you change like a label, it's fine, but if you change like an ID, it's gonna break stuff.
Yep. Okay.
Last name, severity. Take that, and then our outputs.
It was just those three.
I think
so
those are okay.
Yeah, those are good.
Hey, all right,
right.
spaces suck. Thanks.
Yep. Wait. All right, back into application instances. We're upgrade. Do your 3 tests. Let us know if you get an issue.
Got an issue on the third test.
Okay.
It I go through and I uncheck the emergency. I got the email saying it was unchecked, but I never got the email that it finished the original process. when I look, the PDF did get created for that process. I just never got an email for that one. The other two worked. So the flow was working without the throw catch. But once the throw catch, the part that actually,
if you go to process admin service tasks.
so that's where I start getting, okay, so how do you, it says no tasks found. So that was one of the things I was trying to figure out is like, how is the best way to get to that process service task screen? Like when you're just trying to troubleshoot.
Yeah, so from application instances, when you're in here, just go down to process admin and then these drops down, service tasks.
But all these tasks are running it, right? I mean, it's not going to just show me mine. It's going to show me.
No, up here on this, you click on all service tasks. And
Ah.
then our application name, you should be able to just see yours.
Ah.
And do you see
There,
send to
now I can
on-base
see it.
error?
Okay. Well, that's really confusing that it says all there when it's really not.
Yeah.
Okay, because I think when we renamed them, I was still in the very first name from.
Yeah, mine's
Oh, yep,
showing.
I see send to on-base error.
Yeah, that's
My
where
other
it got hung up.
my other send to on-base is all completed.
Yeah, see, I don't get that. Why it would just break all of a sudden when it was working before.
For what it's worth, it did it to me too. Exact same error.
Yeah.
And what's wild is I had one from a while ago, like, I don't know, 15 minutes ago, and it completed just fine.
Yeah, I don't get that. Can we hide save and cancel options on form review? I think those are by default, Juan. Not that I am aware of.
Is there any way to like move a stuck process along? Like, mine is still stuck and running because it threw the error trying to log into OnBase.
The only thing I know is to be able to cancel it.
Yeah, so you can just delete it, but there's no way to take the existing ones that are there and, hey, we fixed the process or whatever it is, and move it along then, huh?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Yuck.
All three of mine went through to completed. I got all three of my emails.
I got 3 emails, but the last one was missing an attachment. There was an error saving to OnBase.
So let's say we were having this problem and we want to keep working. but we don't want to really remove the on-base flow. What's a good solution? Would you actually just go maybe put a parallel thing there and, you know, send one piece off to on-base and have the other piece just keep moving forward? Or, you know, how do you kind of like, you know, let's say we had a lot more process to build. We're like, well, that's just irritating right now. We'll figure out on-base tomorrow. What would you do?
Yeah, I don't know at that point.
Or can you have a send to on base and you just change the action to do nothing? Or can you have an action do nothing? Or you just have to come back and do it later?
Yeah. I mean, it seems like we're just rolling the dice with this send on base thing right now. I would hope down the road we would have this fixed permanently.
And I wonder if it has to do, I mean, you wouldn't think it would be, you know, load per se, because we've only got, you know, 18 people in here. But I'm wondering if it has something to do with that, where we're just hitting them, you know, kind of all at the same time, and if that's causing the issue. Because I just sent mine again with 0 changes made to my configuration and everything worked.
Yeah.
But I had to fill out a brand new form, of course, you know, because I can't take an existing form and move it through the process properly. Is there a way for us to check status? And if there's if we can check the status, could we then like re-queue it? Like, could we build in logic to say, hey, if you get here and you get stuck, try again?
Right. That would be
You can
helpful, certainly.
build in error handling and stuff like that too. Like you can detect, like the part of the reason why it's saying we don't know how to handle the unauthorized error from on base is because we haven't programmed an action for that response from the on base connector. But if you look at the on base connector, it shows a list of like types of errors that you can receive.
Okay.
And you can build in stuff in your workflow to catch those errors and then do exactly what you say. You can have it use like a throw event, or you can just have it loop back in the process using a gateway. There's a lot of different options for error handling.
Okay.
But we just haven't built anything into it as part of this demo.
Yeah. So here, this is what you're talking about, Fidget? This stuff here?
So there are like error catching events is one of the intermediate type of events. You can have it catch those errors. So like if you don't authenticate successfully to on base, you can kick it back and have something else happen.
Yeah. So like right here, we can see there is an authentication error one that's already set up, but that's just catching it and like writing it to the service, whatever it's called, the
yeah. If you look at the actual error,
service tasks.
when you look at the actual error that's throwing, it says, I don't know what to do with an authentication error.
Right.
That's what the error is saying. And so, like from on the Hyland Automate side, what it's saying is like, hey, I have an authentication error. I don't know what to do with that. So we're just canceling, like this process is stalled because of that.
Mm-hmm. So what, I mean, I don't want to derail this too much, but like, what would it look like for us to build in the necessary steps to handle that in our process flow?
Let me look through the documentation and I'll send you the documentation link on that.
Okay.
It almost reminds me of for those of you in ES, remember the soil sample solution. When we use the checkbox delay adding to workflow. Because we want to wait till everything's saved in on base. It makes me think of here when we're generating this PDF so quickly and we're sending it in on base so quickly. That it may happen so fast that it's just not. It's not getting there without that slight delay. But I'm just spitballing.
Yeah, if there's
really.
no delays, you do run into race conditions pretty frequently.
Yeah.
When you have a process that's running that has an error, that encounters an error, mine's complaining about it's complaining about the outcomes coming from the manager form.
Okay.
How do you kill a running broken process? How do you make it go away?
Click on that running there. Open the process, and then in the way upper right, you'll see a trash can there.
Oh, thank you.
All right. All right, who needs some troubleshooting that we need to look at? Anybody? Boundary events, okay. I think I have to buy a new headset because this keeps going out on me. Not hearing yet.
I hear you just fine.
Yeah, I don't think the reverse is true. He can hear us.
Yeah, I can't hear you. But then if I
Can you hear me? Right?
now
Wait,
I
are
can
you-
hear you. But if I
Okay.
it just goes away intermittently, and I have to unplug it and plug it back in.
I mean, sometimes maybe what you want to do for right now is if you go into the audio settings for Zoom,
Yeah,
and then change your speaker from your headphones to like your laptop's speakers or something like that. At least then you'll be able to hear us.
Okay.
So I don't know if that's any better for you, but you know. And you know, to be honest with you, nowadays, like I just use my laptop's microphone. Like I don't even use a headset anymore.
Okay, Peter, what's going on with yours?
I don't think he can hear me.
You might be on mute, Peter.
Now I can hear you. Something just switched.
There we go. I was also
Okay.
muted.
Okay.
So I wanted to, I don't know whose this one is. It's in my account. And so I wanted to ideally to get rid of it. And I just couldn't even figure out how to get rid of it. I see a trash can there, but maybe that's how you do it. Like,
Let's see.
because what's happening is, right, I go to user tasks and service tasks, and this is the one that always gets selected. Like, oh, I don't see anything. I got to come here, do this, do this. Ah, there's my stuff. Right.
I don't know why you'd be seeing them. You might have gotten added as a collaborator on somebody's thing. You can try to remove that.
It's just curious, like, how would I?
Let me. Well, that's in
Somebody
B.
shared it with him on accident.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a second one in mind, but
Okay.
Let me check.
It's not critical. I'm just trying to think, like, in normal circumstances, if I had multiple ones and I'm like, I just want to clean this out, make it easy.
Let me log into B, train B, and I'll save. I can fix that for you.
That.
I see what happened. Somehow the train B user group got set as part of that process, so that's why everybody's seeing it probably. Should be removed now.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. Screen 2, share. All right, back here. And if you want to head back into studio modeling. And open up your project. Your initials, train, whatever your letter and number is, solutions. Go to the top and click your drop down where your project is and go ahead and download it. You can save this out just locally wherever you want. And you'll have it forever. You'll be able to upload that project somewhere down the road. See some of the cool stuff we did in this lab. All right, any last questions on FSS Help Desk? We're going to be moving on to something new. What time is it? 3? Why don't we take a short break before we do that? It's been an hour. Be a good quick little stopping point. And we'll throw up, we'll call it 10 minutes. And see you back here then.
Hey, Brian.
Yeah.
On the main properties tab of an entire process, there's that executable checkbox on the right-hand side. Is that just kind of like a in production or not in production type checkbox, or?
This right here.
Yeah. Like it can be
Honestly, no
executed
idea.
or not.
I wonder if that's like it's in development, so nobody can execute it, or it's
That's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah.
No, I can't tell you exactly what it's for, but it has something to do with how the process is running in the background. I believe there is some documentation on it. It may be incomplete. I believe if it's checked, the user will be able to see it in their process, and if it's unchecked, they won't. But you can't just arbitrarily flip it. The software will cry at you a little bit. Because that came up in a meeting a while back, and the description was kind of cloudy.
And Keith posted this on the 18th as well, because somebody was wondering what it did, and it absolutely broke. So yeah.
Whatever you do, don't touch it.
Apparently, don't touch. Don't go near it. Don't even look at it.
Oh, it'll throw errors if it's not right.
Yeah.
I looked. I didn't see it in the Automate docs, so I went and looked in the APA docs. It's in the description it says if set as false, then the process definition will be deployed at runtime, but it will not be possible to create any process instances using it. So, yeah, it does sound like it's deployed, but you can't create any new processes off of it.
Okay.
Not sure how that didn't make it into the Automate docs, but
yeah, I don't know. Must be on somebody's desk waiting to be input. Maybe we'll see. All right, where'd my timer go? There it is. All right, 10 minutes. We'll be back. I had to undeploy some of your applications. I needed room to deploy these other labs for. Do I have PowerPoint? I do. A little bit of troubleshooting. So there are 4 different troubleshooting exercises. And we've seen some of the tools, if not all of them, at least. Your audit, your service tasks, error messages, that log. And we're going to try to figure out what's wrong. So here is number 1. That application name might have changed. I will point you to which one it is actually called here. This is FSS phase 3, I think, where you're at. And it's called, I should have renamed these when I deployed them, but I didn't. All right, so for those of you in A, right here, TRBL1 lab. Go over to the workspace column and open that up. Run that process. For those of you in B, it is named, where am I here? Might be
Master
the same.
Trouble 1 lab.
Yeah, Master Trouble 1. So FSS help desk, just go ahead and launch. Your workspace, my tasks, start process. That's your FSS help desk. You get to fill out this form again and see what happens. You support guys. I better be seeing you as the first people done here. When you get it, you think you have it, just throw something in the chat. Just put a thumb up or say, yep, I got it. And we can talk about it. I'll run it here on my end. Very proud of you, Fidget. Very proud. Knew you wouldn't let me down.
Wow.
You may have to filter your results when you're looking through your service tasks and audits. So we use that top bar, filter through the application name of Master Trouble 1.
Are we just supposed to find the error, or do you want us to go further than that?
Go further than that and go see where you can fix it. Try to fix it too. Yeah. Yep. Once you've found the error, it should point you where to go. Go into modeling. Find that project, which should be still named Trouble something or other. Master Trouble 1. See if you can figure out a way to fix. Don't fix it. Just see if you can figure out a way to fix it. Because everybody has the same application. If you fix it, it's not going to be there and it's not going to be wrong anymore.
How do you get to modeling for the other project?
When you are back on this all project screen, it should be shared for you there, I believe. You see it there?
I'm on studio modeling. It's set to all projects. I see the one I did.
Yep, me too.
It's
Same here.
not listed for you. Okay, bear with me. Hold, please. What is this train B? They don't have a group option here. Okay. Do me a favor, throw your machine name in the chat. I need to add you guys as collaborators so you can see the project.
What do you mean by just like Thomas has got?
Yeah, your machine, your train, whatever.
Okay. I don't know if you meant like the email or.
No, that's it. All right, so I got 11, 13. So I do my B's first. B05. Let me reshare so you can all see what I'm doing. B10. So train B10. So these are all the Bs. Refresh your project screen. Those of you that are in the Bs, do you see it now?
Nope.
Let me try to refresh my screen and see if it shows now. Collaborators. Oh, it did not add. This is disappointing. There we go. There's an extra step I missed. Train B05. Bear with me. 13 and Thomas, you were 11. All right, Bs, give a refresh.
There we go.
Yeah.
A little better. Okay, so that was 10, 13. I think I got all the Bs. All right, let me go back to A here. Studio modeling. So within the all projects window in studio modeling, what you do is you find your project that you want to share or add collaborators to. So here's Trouble One Lab, it's called. Is that the one I deployed to everybody? That doesn't seem right, but I guess that's what it's called. Over here, ellipsis, collaborators, and now I just go through my list here. So train A09, somebody, train A04. 8. 15. 3. 12, 1, 6, 7, 2. All right, A's, go ahead and refresh. You're looking through that. I'll get into the other ones.
Uh,
So what are we supposed to do if we have an issue candidate?
So you can figure out how to fix it. Or
Well,
what's where the issue is.
Yeah, I think I've got that.
Okay. Yeah, just throw a thumbs up in the chat.
Okay.
And once everybody's kind of there.
Don't know if it's right without testing,
Yeah,
but you know, hey.
that's right. If you think you have an idea of it, just throw me a thumbs up in chat. That'll work. We'll reconvene here in a couple minutes. Make collaborators out of all of you for these other 4. So there's an easier way to do this. Okay. You sound so sure of yourself, Lauren.
So we're supposed to go out and run the Trouble One lab.
Yeah, and then it'll throw you error and then go back into studio modeling and see if you can find out. It should point you to where the error was, see if you can figure out what
Mine's
it
been
is.
running for like 10 minutes and no error
Oh
yet.
yeah, it's not going to complete. It shouldn't complete. But if you look at your audit or your service tasks, it'll point you to where in your process in studio modeling to look.
Yeah.
See where you can tell if it's misconfigured, where it is.
Everything on my process log and audit tab show over an hour ago.
Okay, then you're going to have to go to when you're on your service tasks, go to the top filter bar, customize your filter. And under the application name, look for Trouble One Lab or something like that. It should filter.
Okay, I got you. Okay. There we go.
And it'll point you to the activity that's wrong, which in this case says send to OnBase. Over on the right, you can select that as ellipsis to view the error. It looks like an authentication error. That's where it should point you. All right, seeing other people popping in, figuring it out. These are very slight mistakes in these troubleshooting labs, just like the spaces that Sarah was encountering. It's meant to throw you off and it's meant to make you look a little bit deeper. Mhm. That's what pointed me to my send to on base activity. That's where my error was. My error pointed me to authentication. Activity name was send on base. It's called talk about on base authentication error. And if I go into my process and I think about where I set authentication to happen, where we did anyway, it wasn't on the instance within the process, right? But at the connector level, so now I'm looking at my on-base connector, and where do we send authentication? Down in config parameters. So some of you have pointed out you saw it.
Did somebody fix it?
I think somebody did.
Okay, so that would make it.
Yeah, I
That's
think so.
probably why. Yeah, the original one, these are flipped, right? The API server URL and the identity provider were flip-flopped. And so that's why I was getting that authentication error as part of our process. So somebody did flip them. That will correct the process and it should be good to go up and running.
I feel smarter now.
That's okay. Sorry, I said fix it before, but I forgot everybody has the same process, so we can't fix it. Otherwise, it's not going to be fixed. What was yours, Lauren? You thought you saw. I gotcha. All right, so that was number one. And the solution. The error we saw, we need to flip-flop those URLs. We're putting just the wrong place there. All right, number two, this goes back to coffee shop order. Go ahead and run it. Do not fix it, Kara.
Okay.
You make one mistake.
All right, it should be called, let's see. So we are in Studio Admin, Master Trouble 2 or Trouble 2. Look under your application instances. This is in A, it's called Master Trouble 2. For the B's, you should be I think it's something similar. Master Trouble 2, look for Trouble 2 application. Yeah, Master 2. Go ahead and launch. I think the workspace says user interface. Open up that workspace. I got an error. Refresh. Apparently I'm not authorized to use this. Oh, that's strange. Since I'm the one that made it on this account. Should get an error right off the bat. No outgoing sequence flow of the exclusive gateway. Could be selected. So head into studio modeling, find master 2. It's not allowing me in there. Yeah, what's going on here? We need to change permissions on these going forward. Master 2 is gone now. Where did you go? Oh, it's trouble 2 lab. That's what I go down to TRBL. Scroll down to the bottom of the projects and you should see TRBL, trouble 2 lab. There's a couple different ones. I'm gonna have to clean this up. Got too many projects in there now. It's just getting in the way. All right, what was my error again? No outgoing sequence flow of the exclusive gateway. Could be selected for continuing the process. I don't know. Looks like I got one. I see sequence flows. Take a look at them.
Except the pickup location is mapped to the ID, which is north and south. However, the connectors are for North Cafe, South Cafe, which is the value, right?
But yeah. Mm-hmm. So here's what we're looking at. Right on my process, my sequence flows. We're looking at var pickup location equals, and if you hover over that condition, North Cafe, that's what it's configured at. Same thing for the south. It is South Cafe. On my form for the pickup location, the options are north and south for the ID, North Cafe, South Cafe for the name, And on my start event output map, the pickup location is said is to look at the ID value. All right, so it shouldn't say North Cafe, South Cafe. It should say North, South as the sequence flow. Or you switch this here to this one with the name, pickup location name. Either one will fit, either way will fix the process. All right, because we have it mapped as the ID here. I'm sorry, in the outputting, we either have to update this to just north on our condition and south there. And you just remove the cafe, the word cafe on both of those, or flip it how you do your output. That makes sense. All right, Master Trouble 3, next up. Might be Trouble 3 in your application. This is another FSS help desk. All right, run it, see if you can figure it out. If you get it, throw me a thumbs up in the chat.
I think I see it.
All right. Who's got it? Anybody?
Is it the forward slash versus backslash on the FSS?
It's supposed to be a forward slash, and that's what's on it.
Unless it got fixed. Should be back.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah.
Now,
Where is my?
Yeah, because looking at treble three, the B ones, the match for treble threes, it's definitely a forward slash in it.
Okay, no, then that got fixed. I'm hoping Keith's class isn't fixing these while we're going through it too.
Yeah, like I was getting it throws a 400 error, like it's trying to get to a site.
That's
on the PDF during a get, and that's like I can't find anything like wrong with getting to the Hyland API and stuff like that. So
okay,
Misleading error.
yeah, it's misleading. It should look. This is what it looks like. That's what the error looks like. It
Yeah.
should be
The treble three one is
forward
still like
slash.
that.
Okay. See, there's too many trouble labs in here. I gotta clean this up. This is just not. It's not working. All right. Well, we got one more. Hopefully, this one is better and easier to fix. Should be trouble. Look in. Should have application instances master 4 or trouble 4. A's, it's called trouble 4, TRBL 4. B's are probably something similar. Go ahead and run that, see what you can find. This is our Employee Appreciation Day process. All you need is a name, email, what date you want to take your Employee Appreciation Day for. Once you submit, there's a user task where the manager's got to review it. So you're gonna have to go in here, review that employee, which date they want, and then either approve or deny. Doesn't matter which one you want to do as manager.
That's pretty funny.
I think you probably got figured it out right away then. Should come right to you.
It was kind of funny because it didn't require me to put any data in when I started.
Oh, really? Yeah, it made it
Yeah.
different.
Wait a second. If we approve it, it seems like it's okay. Are you saying we need to deny it?
Either one will give you the results of what's wrong with the process. I'll tell you that.
Well, I didn't approve, and now I'm on B. I'm on train B. Lauren, are you in train A or train B? Okay. Approved works for me. I got the email. I got the correct email. Like, it seems okay.
Okay. Did you get 2 emails or 1?
No, I did not. No, and that's what.
That's
Wait,
the
hold
problem.
on.
Maybe B's.
Yeah, no, I got.
Oh
I got
wait, yes, I did. Yes, I
Yeah.
did. I did get, yeah. Okay. Yes, I did get both emails.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's the initial error I saw, and I was like, "Oh, that's funny." And then I only saw one email, but it's just a timing issue.
Mm-hmm. All right, go check out the process. And why'd you get 2?
All right, that one's straightforward.
Yep, that one's pretty easy. I can see why.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give it away yet,
Mm-hmm.
but I like this though. It's helping me to figure things out. I like it.
Good. Yeah, it's fixed in A on this one. This is strange. I'm gonna have to go back and re-break a lot of these because it's the one I deployed might have been the other one. Yeah, the one this one, but trouble 4. No, that one's fixed too. Oh, I hate when I go back out and it resets all of my filters that I just did. That's annoying. Updated February 13th. I think somebody updated it, and then I see. All right, well, I don't know why I got 2 emails on it because it looks fixed to me. That's what it should have looked like. Looking at my screen. The reason I got 2, it was set as a parallel gateway. So once my manager approved, both emails got sent because it's parallel and it sends both routes out of the gateway. If you only want one or another, one way or the other, exclusive gateway is what you need, and that's what will fix it.
Click on the approved and the denied lines. It doesn't look like conditions are set for it.
Correct.
So, and there's no default gateway set.
You'll need to change it back
So
to
I'm not sure why it
exclusive
went
gateway
anyway.
to see it.
Yeah. Once you change it back to exclusives, when you have to set your conditions, yeah. Parallel,
okay.
you don't need to set it because it's going to do both anyway.
Okay.
So that's what that means there, yeah.
Yeah. I didn't
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't validate.
Yes, Lauren, technically you were right, yes. Okay. All right, 4-8, let's take another quick 10-minute and we'll wrap up with one more lab. I'll take us to the end of the day. To finish it. Thank you. I don't want to start this lab. We can't finish it. We can do it first thing tomorrow and get through it maybe a little bit better. So basically I'm going to assign you homework. This is not mandatory homework. If you want to do it, try it, figure it out. You can do it. So the Employee Appreciation Day process that we saw in Troubleshooting Lab 4, I'm going to give you the specs, the spreadsheet to create it on your own. This is where I think it's beneficial for you to do it on your own, not following along as I do it on the screen. Certainly for the first time users of Automate, it's a good practice here. When you finish, it will look something like this. You probably saw that in the troubleshooting lab. Start it on your own. Try not to lean too much on the spreadsheet. Maybe if you can try to figure out some of the things of what's happening and try to do it without that spreadsheet, that might be beneficial too. But I will throw the spreadsheet here into the chat for Employee Appreciation Day process. And anybody that tackles it, we'll take a quick walk through it when we start tomorrow morning. And I think coming off the troubleshooting labs, this will be a good way to troubleshoot too as you're going through there. All right, so you have it. You can feel free to hang around here. I will hang around. If you want to head out with the Zoom, take off. You've got other things to do, go get them done. Otherwise, 10 a.m. Eastern tomorrow. Same Zoom link. Have a great evening if you're heading out. Thanks all.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you very much.